Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. it is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network, it's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@faveunitetv.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of Huertas A. Decus LLC. That is a business growth consulting and coaching practice that helps businesses double their profits in less than 12 months. I'm also your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker for this session is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, an outstanding executive business leader. She's a distinguished leader in the field of mental health and emotional wellness with a career spanning over 25 years. She is the author of the transformative number 39, Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask, emotional wellness series, and a comprehensive resource that includes a book, workbook, and a companion journal. She's also just completed a very fascinating trip over to Africa, which maybe she will also talk about in her presentation this morning. So please help me welcome the remarkable Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton.
Good morning, Sydney. How are you?
Good. Good to see you again. I'm excited to hear more about your trip to Africa. I don't know if that's on your agenda to talk about this morning, but if not, we'll have to connect afterwards so I can get more details about what you were able to accomplish there and what your thoughts were, etc. So, but for this, I know you're going to be doing a presentation, and I know folks are going to get a ton out of what you're going to speak about. So I'm going to get out of your way. So as we say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Yes, Africa was wonderful, and we're going to work a little bit of that in today. But what I want to talk about today is leading unmasked. You know, mental health and mental wellness is so important in this season, and just leadership in a global climate of uncertainty. And from being in Africa and traveling to other places, we are more alike than we are different. And so one of the things I do when I show up is I use my Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask series. And I've done this for a good little while now, and have been able to walk alongside business leaders, students, because I am a professor, entrepreneurs, and global change makers, kind of helping them not only build success, but sustain it by prioritizing emotional wellness. So through my workshop and mentorship and global humanitarian work, I empower leaders to remove the mask, lead authentically, and create environments where truth and healing are part of the mission, part of the everyday mission. So today we're going to talk about what it means to lead unmasked, especially in a world filled with uncertainty, with everything that is just going on around us. And so let's get started. You know, the global context of the moment, there's so many things that are affecting people in general, as well as Black entrepreneurs, minority business owners worldwide. I mean, we're dealing with conflict and displacement, economic inequality and instability, healthcare issues, aging population, federal and international program cuts, political unrest. And all of this contributes to like just the daily emotional strain. And people will say, well, you know, it is what it is. And even though we may not be able to change the climate, we can control us and how we show up emotionally. And so when we do not start to kind of show up this, handle our emotional baggage, so to say, our emotional weight, what happens is we begin to see what we thought was invisible being hidden under the mask. It starts to show up. It shows up in our health. It shows up in our relationship. It shows up in leadership, in our businesses. The invisible weight of global uncertainty is real. It's the emotional exhaustion that creeps in as we navigate layoffs, shrinking resources, unstable policies in a world of constant flux. I mean, when you wake up every day and there's something different that lies ahead of you, that is stressful. And it is the unspoken stress behind the smiles that we wear when we show up, the tension behind the never-ending to-do list. And if your to-do list is like my to-do list, it never goes away. I wake up with it. I go to lunch with it. And I go to bed with it and wake up, and the to-do list has grown overnight. And there's the fear of behind our brave faces, it's just a little bit of fear, right? And it's difficult to kind of each and every day as it mounts, show up with that smile. So when we start naming it, you know, acknowledging that we are tired, we are anxious, we're overwhelmed, the healing actually begins. The things that we want to keep buried, if we acknowledge those, we can start healing, because visibility invites accountability, clarity, and care. And that is so very important. So the mental load that our leaders are carrying, responsibility, right? As a leader, you are responsible to your staff, your families, your clients, your communities, and even generations to come. Leaders often feel like they must hold it all together, right? Making decisions under pressure, showing up when others can't, right? And carrying the emotional burdens of those they lead. If you're feeling it, they're feeling it too. But what you're modeling, they're going to give back to you. It's the image, the curated outer facade. We wear confidence, composure, and competence on the outside, even when we're unraveling inside. In many cultures, especially in the communities of color, there is little space for vulnerability in leadership. And at least we feel that way. And then there's the survival, right? The constant struggle to sustain the business, right? Protect your reputation, maintain relevance, and meet basic obligations. For many Black and brown business leaders, survival isn't just professional, it's personal, emotional, and generational. Across many cultures, especially within the Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and immigrant communities, there's an unspoken expectation to carry burdens without showing signs of struggle, right? Be strong, don't break down. You have to carry this load, right? Leaders are taught to push through, to never let anybody else see you sweat. And even the idea of equating vulnerability to weakness scares us. It really does. In the African American community, strength has long been a cultural currency rooted in historical survival, systematic injustices, and the need to prove one's worth, right? You have to be better than. You have to always be on top, right? The first one. But we have to let that go. Not stop striving, but stop straining. But that inherited strength often comes with a cost, right? Emotional suppression, isolation, and suffering in silence. I go to a women's retreat every year, and they're business leaders and women from all over. And one of the things we get to do is talk about what we struggle with, what we mask. And it's healing. It really, really is. Leaders are expected to be the rock, right? They have to uphold so many things, family, business, community, with unwavering resilience. Yet inside, we often are just struggling, right? Not because we can't do the job, but we get tired. We get exhausted. And so we suffer with chronic anxiety, sleep disturbance, fatigue masked as productivity. How you're so tired, but you still keep working because you don't want to be behind. You don't want to let anybody down, right? Emotional numbness and irritability, like you really don't even feel anymore. You're tired, but you don't even really feel it. That's burnout. And burnout doesn't always look like breakdown. It can look like you're really on top of things, but you are really burnt out. Sometimes it looks like performing strength so well that no one can notice that you're falling apart. You don't want anybody to see that. And so with my workbook and global workshops, these are some of the things that we work on, right? The mask equals cultural suppression, emotional silencing, and survival coping. Well, the mask itself is just a metaphor for an emotional armor that we wear. And sometimes it's driven by fear. Sometimes it's cultural norms, expectations, survival. It hides our pain and the burnout that we don't even really know is there because we're even masking that. Uncertainty, and even our dreams. Unmasking is what I always work towards. And it's not something that happens overnight, because for some of us, we have been masking our emotions for days, weeks, months, years. So in unmasking, we actually choose authenticity. You choose yourself, not the mask, but you. Emotional expression, your emotional expression. It's okay not to be okay. All right. And people say, well, Dr. Boone Thornton, when you unmask, does that mean I'm just keeping it 100? No, keeping it 100 will help you lose your family, your business, and everything else. It doesn't have to be an extreme. It has to be looking inward. Unmasking is the courageous act of revealing what is real. It's about choosing vulnerability over perfection, truth over performance, and healing overriding it all. Self-leadership is the decision to lead yourself before leading others. It's a daily commitment to emotional honesty, spiritual grounding, and professional responsibility. It means setting boundaries for your mental health, okay? Prioritizing your rest without guilt. Have you ever just stopped and then thought while you were sitting on the couch about all the things you could be doing, all the emails that's coming in, people who need you? I need you to put you first. Practicing reflection and truth telling. Hey, it's okay to say to yourself, I'm tired of this. Holding yourself accountable for growth without shame. Making value-based decisions even when the path is uncertain. When you remove that mask, you don't lose your power, you actually find it. I have had the opportunity to show up at places internationally. And I met with an African entrepreneur, and we were talking about hidden burnout, right? In Nairobi. This person was a successful fashion entrepreneur and really became the face of grace under pressure. Fashion is a high-paced industry. You know, she ran multiple boutiques, mentored youth, and spoke at conferences. And this is what we do. When we arrive, we want to pull others up. Yet behind closed doors, she was battling insomnia, panic attacks, and isolation, right? And she ignored those signs until her body forced her to pause. You know, the body keeps score. Through hospitalization and exhaustion, it wasn't until she removed the mask of always being the strong one that she discovered the healing power of therapy, rest, and setting emotional boundaries in business. I had the opportunity to speak in the Bahamas not too long ago and met a small business owner there who actually finds power in vulnerability. She's a bakery owner, and she wore this constant smile. Even as rising imports caused community instability, left her financially and emotionally depleted. At a staff meeting, she finally admitted to her staff, look, I'm scared, you know, and I can't fix this alone. Instead of losing confidence in her, her team rallied behind her. That momentum of vulnerability sparked deeper loyalty, creative solutions, and workplace culture that was rooted in honesty, not fear. Her leadership became stronger because she stopped pretending to be invincible. And then right here in the US, I met with a CEO who really talked about anxiety, right? Something everybody probably in the room was feeling, but she talked about it. I was in Atlanta. She's a CEO of a tech company and known for her visionary leadership. She had been silently battling anxiety, medication, just everything. It wasn't really working. And it was during this like economic downturn, right? Despite, trying to have to hit these revenue goals, she just felt emotionally paralyzed. And so after one sleepless night, she opened the team meeting with transparency. And she started it off and she said, I've been operating under so much anxiety and I want to do better for myself and for you, my team. That admission didn't weaken her credibility. It deepened the trust. Her staff appreciated her humanity and they began having monthly wellness checkups as a result. So leadership in today's world, you have to show up. Don't shut down. What does authenticity look like when you show up? Recognizing how unprocessed trauma and fear shape your decisions. Leading with transparency can and will encourage courage for people have the courage across cultural and business contexts, just that courage. So I'm gonna give you a couple of strategies. Start with a international mindful morning reset. Start your breath work, your scripture, your prayer, your gratitude statements, whatever it is, do it. Choose affirmations, whatever they are in your culture, say them, do them, repeat them, write them down, put them on sticky notes all around. Anchor your morning before the world does. When you wake up, do you first. Do you first. Strategy number 2, emotional check-ins. Encourage your team members to start meetings, and even you to start meetings and daily communications with a simple one-word emotional check-in. Hopefulness, tired, overwhelmed, curious, resilient, determined, whatever that word is. This practice fosters emotional honesty. It builds connections and it reduces isolation, no matter where your team is located. Leaders can model this by going first and sharing how they truly feel to create this psychological safe environment. Number 3, create a worry window. Now, we all worry. We can't act like nothing bothers us, right? And this is something we struggle with. Control over issues, over things, but you have to create that boundary. Designate 15 minutes per day to process stress, then release it. Don't hold on to it. Don't keep talking about it. The next person that shows up in your office, tell them about it. Release it. Encourage your team to do the same. Release it. That's it. It happened. It was good. It was bad. Let's move on. Okay. Number 4, community and connection. Join communities like this one, the Black Business Network. You have speakers all over speaking live, teaching constantly. Keep these YouTubes, play them and replay them as you need them. That's your support system. Create space for cross collaboration. Isolation ends when you share your stories. Number 5, and the last one, workplace wellness. Make that culture. Cultural responsive wellness practices, tea rituals, prayer circles, music therapy, quiet days, whatever works. Normalize wellness check-ins and emails. Before you start the team meeting, when you send out that first email, at the beginning of the project, all throughout the project lines, timelines, check in with the members. Share global examples of leadership promoting mental health. Okay. So, releasing the mask, that is something we need to do. We need to do it for ourselves, our businesses, our family, our country, globally. We need to do that. Emotional authenticity equals global leadership currency. In today's interconnected, multicultural world, a leader's ability to be emotionally real, transparent, and grounded in truth is just as valuable, if not more, than traditional measures of power like money, title, or influence. And so I'm going to end with an emotional authenticity, telling the truth about how you feel without any shame, showing up as a whole person, not just a job title, letting your team see your humanity, your struggles, your strength, and rejecting the need to constantly perform as perfect and unbothered. Currency in this sense is a value or capital that opens doors and builds trust across borders. Around the world, people are craving leaders who are relatable, not just reliable. Emotional authenticity transcends language and culture. It communicates safety, trust, and just a realness. And so, final takeaways: honor what's not working emotionally in this current climate. Give yourself permission to pause and truthfully acknowledge the emotions that are kind of surfacing during the season of uncertainty without dismissing or minimizing them, right? We do that a lot because we're busy and we don't have time. But don't dismiss your emotions. When you reflect, don't just think about what's happening, but slow down to really feel and name what is emotionally draining, painful, or disconnecting in your life. Choose one emotional strategy that we talked about today and begin the unmasking process. Redefine success to include peace, wellness, and community care. You're not alone. Healing and leadership can coexist globally, right? If you get an opportunity, get the Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask series. This is something that kind of tells you why we mask. Has a workbook where you can work through at your own pace what's actually happening. And it gives you scenarios and prompts. And then I have also provided a journal, because journaling opens the soul. It connects us to the things that we have hidden. And it's a way of releasing. And then follow-up resources. You always have the Black Business Expo, and you will find all of the support there. You can find me on Facebook or LinkedIn. and I'll give you that information. I have a book release coming out in September, Operating in Chaos. It talks about internal and external work environments, and it's a workbook. It's a transformational guide where you can work individually or as groups to kind of navigate internal and external chaos as it relates to the workplace, get some clarity, purpose, and resilience. It has great tools in it, real life insight, and stories. So it helps you, regain control and operate from a place of peace, no matter what the storm is in your life. And if you want to connect with me, you can go to my website, drmichellepboonethornton.com. I have upcoming events there, some YouTube videos there that could connect and help you. You can find me on LinkedIn as the Unmasking Guru. My book, Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask, is available on Amazon and then on Facebook. You just type in Michelle Boone Thornton, and I will pop up. So join the movement of emotional authenticity. And hey, I hope to see you doing well, feeling better, embracing life, and just being your authentic self. Thank you so much.
Well, again, inspiring words and kind of inspiring thoughts. We have a few minutes, so if you have a few minutes, I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
Absolutely.
Okay. So talk about the book. It's out. It sounds like, or it's going to be out shortly if it's not actually on the shelves right now. Talk about was there a defining event or activity or moment where you said, I got to write this? And what was that? What inspired that?
Absolutely. Operating in Chaos was written because we were doing like quarterly sessions with women and talking about work, talking about being undervalued, talking about all the different things that happen. And so it was actually three of us. There's two other authors. We decided to create a workbook because my workbook, Transforming the Reality, had worked so well on the mental health platform. We wanted something that people who were showing up, business leaders every day, could use, like a handbook almost. And it talked about working through storms and turbulence and how you show up. And it showed a table that you didn't have a seat at. And so it walked you through how to get there when you show up in corporate stages and how to navigate that. And so that was the reason behind the book. And we had so many women as we did these podcasts come on, and it was like a reoccurring theme. They were just working, showing up first thing, leaving last thing, and being so undervalued. So we wanted to address that.
And it focuses on kind of the planning, organizational structure of the things that you need to do to turn your chaos into, productive, energy, et cetera. But it sounds like it deals with how to deal with the emotional impact that has on you. Is that accurate or?
Absolutely. Now, I'm not going to write anything that's not going to deal with mental health, right?
Right.
So we talk about that emotional construct because you get trapped in that. You're feeling all of this, but you're going to work with that smile on that I was talking about.
Yep.
You're leading with that smile and you're not really dealing with your own emotions. And so what we have to realize is what we're modeling when we show up in perfection and confidence and competence. We're modeling that for those individuals who are looking at us as role models. So when they take on their business, to open up their business, that's how they're going to show up because that's what you've shown them. You haven't talked about the reality, the emotion, the real.
Talked about, because there's a fine line that people, I'm sure when they're hearing it, they're like, oh, so, I'm supposed to, let all my flaws, let all my troubles out, be, completely open to. There's a line between how do you stay confident and involved, in your daily activities, but also then aware of your mental state and what you need to do there, without just, letting everybody know everything's going on with you. How do you walk that line, or in the book, do you talk about, walking that line? What's the balance? What's the mix?
Right. And we do talk about walking that line because as a leader, you have to show up as a professional, but you don't have to show up perfect. So we do help you deal with what you're feeling, what's going on daily, not meaning you're going to show up to work and you're having a therapy session with your coworkers.
Right.
Like, that's not what we're talking about.
Exactly.
We're talking about you managing your feelings and not just pushing them down and ignoring them and just keep pushing till you get to the point of burnout. Right. That's what we're talking. And we give you that delicate balance, so to say. Yep. What you can do, because we don't want you to show up burned out, irritable, right, just snapping at everybody. We're trying to help you to keep from getting there. And when you don't release these things, it shows up in your body. Now you have, a blood pressure issue, a blood sugar issue, your back, your legs, your joints. And so it's a wholeness that we're trying to obtain.
Super. You mentioned how folks can get a hold and get in touch with you. Do you have some workshops coming up also that you want to let folks know about?
I am. The next actual workshop that I'm doing for my sorority, and it's about business leadership and emotional wellness as well. And that's August the 24th. But the best way to keep up with what I have going on is just to go to my website, drmichelleboonethornton.com. We list everything. And even if you're on LinkedIn or Facebook, I always have upcoming workshops and things, because I kind of travel a little bit now. I'm in Virginia, but I show up in Atlanta and Africa and everywhere else. So yeah, absolutely.
Now, do you want to talk any more about the project that you're launching in Africa, or you're working through in Africa?
Yeah, well, when I was there this time, I love it because I actually usually am in Nairobi, but this time I went to Kissy, and they had a Woman of Influence conference. And I just met these wonderful women from all over the world. I was able to award some of them through I Change Nations. I have my own award, the Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton Award, and just look at leadership from their perspective. But later, when I got back to Nairobi, I was able to go visit some of the slums, and there was a school program, Beyond the Vision. And I connected with them. And one of the things we're going to be working on is a mental health curriculum for them. They have something in place, Hakim's Space, but we really want to ground that and get it sanctioned by the government and everything. And so we're working on that. We're excited about that. Hopefully when I show up next year, or maybe sooner, we will be using that curriculum, not just in that specific school, but throughout Kenya. So we're so excited about that. I have information about it on my website as well. We're looking for partners as well. So I will keep you updated. Absolutely.
Appreciate that. And I put the plug out there again. So as you just heard her say, they're looking for partners. So if you're looking to do things good across the world, if you're looking to do things specifically in Africa and promote your business activities there while helping communities, Dr. Boone Thornton is a great resource and great contact for that. So hopefully you'll get some folks reaching out to you for that as well. So I'll give you another opportunity. How can folks get your book?
Absolutely. Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask is out on Amazon. And then I have another book, Operating in Chaos, dealing with external and internal issues in the workplace. That's coming out in September. And you just stay connected with me and you'll have all of the information you need. Both those books are on Amazon.
Dr. Boone Thornton, it is always a pleasure to speak with you, hear what you're doing. You're always doing phenomenal work. So as I said before, let's stay in contact and communication. Look forward to helping and assisting in any way I can, and hearing more about, the work that you're doing, not only here in the States, but also the project you have going over in Africa as well. So.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side. And remember, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App, and the account should be rolling across the bottom of your screen. That account number on Cash App is $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And so if you're a student, you can register online for the scholarships at that same website, blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund. I'd also like to thank Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. Those sponsors include NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54 gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of Uertis Adecus LLC, which is a business growth and coaching and consulting practice. I'm also your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, from Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Your next speaker for this session will be none other than yours truly. Again, my name is Sidney Wormsby. I am a business growth coach and consultant. My business, actually I have two strategic business solutions, and Uertis Adecus LLC. Strategic Solutions is more of a strategy coaching practice, and Uertis Adecus is more of a growth coaching practice. My focus, and I just did a workshop recently where I talked about target marketing, growth strategies, etc. And one of the things I like to highlight so much about what I do and the work I do and why we can get successes that we have is because I like to keep it simple. And I believe firmly that things are not complicated. We complicate them typically because we're trying to avoid doing the things that we know we should be doing. But life, world, business in general is not complicated. It's pretty straightforward and simple. And as long as we stick to these things, these basic processes, we'll be okay. And so I use that same approach in my coaching and consulting practice. I use the concept of small change to big things. So first, before I get into all of that, I'm going to talk a little bit about my background so you understand where I'm coming from. The first part of my career, I spent in corporate life, Fortune 50 companies. So I have an undergrad in engineering, an MBA in human resources and operations management. And so I used all of those knowledge, skills, degrees, etc., to really help businesses to grow. First on the manufacturing operations side, helping to build, start up new manufacturing operations, then working to help start up new divisions with manufacturing strategy, operations planning, process improvement, process planning, process development, etc. Moving on to global operations, for organizations like Citigroup, then onto the product side and the sales side and the business side with companies like PepsiCo, managing a retail brand business for them, and then a global product business for JP Morgan Chase, doing new market entry, through Europe, Asia, and a little bit of South America. So through all that, I got a ton of experiences, but decided to really start working with small, mid-sized businesses to help business owners, entrepreneurs, founders make their dreams come true, and to help take their vision of what they wanted for their company and for their life to become a reality. And so I've been doing that for now a couple of decades, in addition to owning and operating my own businesses, etc. So I give that background really to say I know the business of business. I know how business works. And that has served me well when I've gone into different industries and segments where everybody believed, oh, this is different than what you've done before, to be able to show successes quickly based on the fact of Every business is going to run the same. You've got the same systems, the same objectives, not necessarily the same strategic objectives, but the same global objectives as a business, or organizational objectives. And so understanding that then allows you to look at the systems, look at the processes, and put things in place. So through my engineering practice and continuous improvement, I developed these ideas about how things should go, and how to drive success within that, which is where I came through this whole concept of making small changes to the big things, the important things in an organization, can be transformative. And so we always are looking often for home runs, to hit it out of the park, some brand new scheme or idea that's never been tried or true or tested before, and that way we'll have this great success, monumental growth, etc. My belief is that there are certain processes that are consistent in each business, and that we need to understand those, how they work, and then how to make them work more efficiently in what it is that we do. We meaning the company specifically that you might be involved in. So that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit today. So how do you make those small changes to big things? In the workshop I did recently, I spoke with folks and said, look, there's also one simple truth, that all growth in all businesses of any size, of any age or duration, of any industry, all comes from the same 5 areas of activity, and only 5 areas of activity. And there's always a pushback and a challenge to that. There's always the what about this and what about that, etc. And I show how each one of the things that they might bring up are really included in one of these 5 areas. But even more simple than that, I break business down into 3 tasks, 3 overarching processes that even those 5 fit within. And that's what I really try to help people see, and when I'm working with my clients, to get them to focus on and put solutions in for, etc. And so my basic business model is like the 3-legged stool, bar stool, counter stool, or whatever. But if you think about a 3-legged stool, there is the seat that we sit on, and then there are the 3 legs. Well, I look at business as that 3-legged stool, that the seat is the business, and those 3 legs are what holding that seat up, and therefore whatever that business is supporting holds up. If that business is supporting you and your family, if that business is supporting a community, if that business is supporting all the employees and their families, those 3 legs have to support the business and whatever the business is going to be supporting. And those 3 legs, from a business perspective, a process perspective, I simply name them: find them, catch them, serve them. That those are the 3 processes that we have to have in a business to be effective and to support that business. We have to find them. That meaning that we have to find the clients, the customers, where are they, who are they, which ones are best for us, etc. But once we identify them, how do we reach them, get them to reach out to us? But then we have to catch them. And once we find them and we know that they're there, know who they are, what they look like, etc., we have to get them to start doing business with us. But then once we catch them, we have to serve them well, to be able to maintain them, as customers, clients throughout the entirety of our organization and the entirety of their needs. So it's as simple as that. Can you find them? Can you catch them? Can you serve them? If any one of those legs doesn't work properly, if any one of those legs is broken, then that stool falls down. If any one of those legs is shorter, less efficient, less effective than the other, that stool is wobbly, and the thing it's supporting is likely to fall down. And so our role and responsibility is to make sure all of those legs are working efficiently and effectively. None of them are broken, none of them are short or inefficient, so that stool can be sturdy and stable and support all the things the business is trying to support. And so that's, from my perspective, is how do we simplify it to understand what it is that we're really doing. Now, you can make this model fit whatever industry that you're in, whatever business that you're in. The other aspect of that is saying, okay, if I said that there are 5 processes within each business, how do those 5 processes, what are they, first of all, and how do they fit within those 3? And all growth from all businesses come from these 5 areas. Getting more leads, converting more of those leads to actual paying customers, being able to deepen the relationship of each of those customers by getting them to buy more products or services that we offer, being able to charge a higher price for our product or service based on the value proposition that we've created. And then 5th, the ability to generate more profits from the business based on reduction of cost and inefficiencies or elimination of inefficiencies within the business. So growth from any business, revenue growth, profit growth, client, customer growth comes from those 5 areas and those 5 areas alone. And anything that you can think of that you might do either falls within those 5 areas or doesn't grow your business. So some might say, well, we have to do X, Y, and Z according to the law. We have to do this, etc. That is absolutely true in a lot of industries and segments. Just because you have to do it by law doesn't mean that it grows your business. That's the requirement for being in business. Just like sometimes having a business license is a requirement, for being in business. It doesn't grow your business just to have a license, but you got to have it to be able to do the business activities that you're seeking. So when I'm talking about these things, it's really about what is going to actually make your business get bigger and service more clients or customers, generate more revenue, generate more profits. So one of the things that I then kind of elaborate on is the focus of marketing relative to this whole growth process and these simple truths. And again, it's not complicated. It's pretty simple. If we can make small changes in these 5 areas, then we're going to see our business transform, not just grow, but explosively grow so that we can transform the business into something that it wasn't before. And I make the bold claim that I can double your profits in 12 months or less. And I do that with businesses, consistently. It's not as difficult as it seems if you've identified the changes that you need to make and that you execute on those changes. It's about identifying those things and then making sure that we're working efficiently and effectively towards the resolution of those things. But in terms of marketing is something that is relative to all 5 of those areas, and that we can't do effectively execute strategies in each of those 5 areas without incorporating the concepts of marketing. And one of the things that holds businesses back is that the concept of marketing that most entrepreneurs have isn't accurate. It's flat out wrong in that most entrepreneurs, business owners think marketing is advertising, and it's not. Advertising is a function or task within marketing, but marketing is much bigger and much broader than advertising. And because we equate marketing with advertising often, advertising is about selling. It's about identifying a product or service that you want someone else to buy and promoting the purchase of that product or service. It assumes some things underneath, but it doesn't necessarily involve those things underneath. And so if we're doing all of your marketing to be advertising, then all you're doing is selling, and you're selling to people who are looking to buy right now. And one of the realities is everybody's not trying to buy right now. So marketing is more than advertising. And it's integrated in all 3 aspects of the 3-legged stool that I talked about, and all 5 aspects of the things that drive growth in all businesses. And so again, one of the things I want you to be doing in order to grow your business is to first make sure you're working on your business, not in your business, meaning that if you're working on any one of those legs, then you can't be working on the other of those 2 legs. And the whole time you're working on that one leg, the other 2 are sitting unaddressed and not moving forward. And so as a business owner, You have to be managing over the entire business, all three legs of the stool, all five, processes within, the five categories that I talked about. The second thing is I want you to make sure that you're getting is that small changes to these big five areas or into those three big areas of the stool, the legs of the stool. Small changes in there can be transformative, and each of those can be transformative. The reality is this, that 80% of our growth comes from, and 80% of our revenue growth, 80% of our profit growth, 80% of our current revenue, 80% of our current profit comes from about 20% of the things that we do each day. That's kind of the 80-20 rule, Pareto's law, coming to reality in our management of the business. And so you're spending right now about 20% of your time on the things that actually grow your business. And so one of the things you need to start looking at is, what am I spending my time on that isn't growing my business, isn't one of these five things? And how do I get somebody else to do those things? Whether I'm outsourcing it to another organization so that I can be more efficient and effective, or whether I'm delegating that to one of my staff and employees, or whether they even need to be done at all. And so you need to look at those things and then make sure that you're prioritizing your time as a business owner on the things that are going to grow your business. The other aspect, in terms of making these changes and improvements, is understanding the impact of continuous improvement. That's that small change concept again. That, look, rather than trying to hit home runs, what's the improvement I need to make or I can make that will get me a 3% improvement in one of these areas? And a 3% improvement in one area of leads, for example, having more leads will trickle down. Even if I don't improve my performance in each of the other four areas, will trickle down in terms of improvement in my profitability. But if I'm making a 3% or 5% improvement in every one of those categories, then you can start seeing how that starts to multiply when you get to the end of the funnel. Again, I talked about the five areas and what they are. Let me give you a couple of examples of how you can make growth happen in each one of those areas, really through just some small changes. So we talked about the five areas being more leads, conversion of more of those leads, deepening the relationship through more transactions with each of our clients and customers, increasing pricing through value proposition, improvement of value proposition, and more profitability through efficiencies of operations, reduction of costs, reduction of defects. So from a more leads perspective, leads are the lifeblood of a company, of any organization. You can't have a sale until you first have a lead, and that you obviously need to convert that lead to a paying customer. But a lead is nothing more than getting the attention of someone within your target market and communicating how what you do, what your strengths are, what you provide is unique and uniquely qualified to eliminate their pain points. And so that's a jam-packed statement because so many things in there are assumed, but then need to be assured. So first of all, we said target market. Who is your target market? Do you really know? Have you detailed that out? Can you define and describe them? Do you have a persona or an avatar that identifies them? Most times when I start working with a client and I ask them, what is it you truly sell? They have a hard time explaining that. They'll go into their product and service and no. What I mean is, what problem do you solve? Then when I ask, who's your target market? The next thing they always say is, well, everybody's our target market. Not true. And some of them might be able to get it down to a little bit, more refined, but very few, which is why they're struggling at the time when I come to work with them, have a real clear, concise idea of who they're targeting and why they're targeting those folks. And if I don't know who I'm targeting, then I don't know what their pain points are. And every individual out there, you included, me included, is always focusing on one of two pain points that are going on in their life, business life or personal life. They have a problem that they have that they don't want, they're trying to eliminate, or they have a benefit that they want that they don't have. So they either have a problem and they don't want that problem, or they want a benefit and they don't have that benefit and they're trying to secure it. And so our role from a business perspective is to understand what those needs are, so what those problems are, or what those desired benefits are, and then how do we deliver those. But the second thing is understanding our unique strengths. What's unique about us? And when I ask that question of my new clients or prospective clients, it's surprising how few people really know what makes them unique, that they've even stopped to bother to spend the time to understand what makes them different. And I've heard all of the kind of tried and true, oh, you know, we've got X number of years experience. That makes you good. That makes you unique. There are a lot of people who have 15 years experience, 30 years experience, 25, pick a number. There's a lot of folks out there that have that number of years experience. So that doesn't make you unique. Oh, well, we've got, you know, the best trained people. Everybody will say that. Nobody will say our people are poorly trained. So everyone will say we've got the best trained people. You can't say anything unique. Well, we really do. Well, how does a client or customer know that? Unless they then take the risk of doing business with you, and then maybe they find out you don't. So we need to really understand what makes us truly unique. And then we have to speak to how that uniqueness eliminates the pain point, either eliminates the problem that they have that they don't want, or delivers the benefit that they want that they don't have. When we are able to know, identify, and understand that, we're then in a better position to be able to say something in our communication to those specific folks. First of all, we know who they are. Second of all, we know, if we know who they are, we know where they usually hang out. And we know specifically what it is that they're looking for, and so how to get their attention. So one of the fundamental aspects of marketing is one, having something good to say, then being able to say it well, and then saying it over and over and over again, so that that becomes known out in the marketplace. That becomes your branding. That becomes your image. That becomes what you are known for. But having something good to say means that I know what it is that you think is good, that you see is important, that you see is valuable, not what I say. And so much of what I see, you know, people doing in their product design, in their service design, in their marketing, communication, and advertising is talking about the features and function that of their product or service that they think are cool and neat, that, you know, that they've designed, but not speaking to the problem that it eliminates for their target market or the benefit that it derives for them. And so having something good to say is understanding those two pieces. Here's what your pain point is. Here's what I do that uniquely addresses that and eliminates that in a ways that you will value. Then I need to have some compelling way of saying it. And I talk about then a formula, like most good things. Good marketing follows a formula, like a pop 40 song. It's going to have a structure to it. And that structure is really, I call it the conversion equation, but it's about having these 4 steps that every piece of your communication to your market will follow. And the first of those 4 steps is about simply interrupting the conversation that your target market client or customer is having in their own head. So remember what I said before. Every one of them is thinking about one of 2 things: the problem they have that they don't want, or the benefit that they want that they don't have. And that is consuming their thought process. That's consuming their daily work and activities. And you won't be able to reach them until you can break through that. And the best way to break through that is that your marketing headline addresses that specific problem or that specific pain point. And if my specific pain point is, inventory, drowning you out, that I'm swamped with inventory, fixed goods, raw material, don't know where to do it, don't know how to keep track of it, don't know why it's not matching my order thing. Then if I see a headline about controlling my inventory, it's going to get my attention. It'll weed through. But specifically, if it's going to address the issue that I'm in, it's eating up my time. I'm spending too much time on that. So, if that headline said something to the effect of get 3 more hours in your day through our inventory management system. Whoa, how does that happen? 3 more hours? What could I do with 3 more hours? Inventory management system? I got inventory problems up the wazoo. What do I need to do to, get more information about that? Let me, follow up, click here, whatever they're asking to do. So first and foremost, my marketing needs to interrupt that conversation, which means I need to have a headline, a feature that says what I'm going to do relative to their main problem. But then I need to engage them, meaning that whatever I just talked about, whatever I just used to grab their attention, I need to make a promise about the result that they will get, that they want or desire. And I'm not saying make up something. I'm not saying lie. I'm saying you need to identify what it is that you will deliver, that you consistently deliver. That's part of the promise that you're going to make, that's going to deliver on the result or eliminating the problem and pain point that they're experiencing every day. And if your marketing doesn't make a promise about what they're going to get out of it, they're not going to pay any more attention. And if your product or service can't deliver on what they want as a benefit or what they are trying to eliminate as a problem, they're not going to have any interest. But that comes from the marketing research and understanding of your target market that we were talking about before. So first you need to interrupt, your marketing needs to interrupt, then it needs to engage by making that promise. Third, it needs to educate them about what you do, how you do it, and how you deliver that value proposition. But fourth, and most importantly, there needs to be a call to action. There needs to be something you're offering that is compelling for them, that makes them want to click a button, make a call, go to this page, whatever it is that you're asking for them to do in that call to action. That offer must be compelling. It can be something that's free, a report, a membership, a trial, whatever. It can be something that's a tangible product. It can be something just of a consultation, but it needs to be something that they're going to find of value and such value that they say I'd be a fool to turn this down. If you're marketing, a part of your marketing, every one of your posts, every one of your ads, every one of your product flyers isn't providing that type of formula of communication, it's going to be falling flat and leaving less to be desired and not generating the kinds of leads that you are looking to have for your business. And as I said before, leads are the lifeblood of an organization. So you need to be generating leads on demand. And as those keep flowing in, as people keep inquiring, being interested in what it is that you do, then the rest of your processes, which we'll talk about a little bit, here, but we're running out of time, so it'll be things that I'll do in some future presentations, or you can reach out to me, and I can talk to you specifically about those things in your business. But for leads, then it's really about 3 things. Do you target the right market? Do you know who that right market is? Do you understand who they are at the great level of detail that you're going to need to understand their demographics, their psychographics, their wants, behaviors, pain points, et cetera, et cetera? Do you have an avatar for them? Do you have a persona that fully describes them? So if you know truly who your target market is, you have a better chance of generating more leads. But second, you need to have the right message to those folks that addresses those specific problems or those specific benefits that they are trying to either eliminate or secure. And so if you have the right market and the right message, then you need to make sure you're using the right medium for that, meaning that you're placing that message in the right place for them to be able to access that message and get that information. So putting it in Facebook when your folks are typically on TikTok, not a winning proposition. Using TikTok when your folks are, only on radio, not a winning proposition. So you need to understand where those folks hang out and make sure you're putting that message where they can get to it, and therefore experience and access you, and then know how to contact you or reach out to you and know what it is that you do and what you're going to do for them. So that's the formula for generating more leads. It's very straightforward in terms of what needs to be done. The difficulty is in the execution, not in the understanding, and the detail that you need to follow in order to make sure you have the right market, know what that message is, etc. In terms of conversion, so the other 4 areas: more conversions, more transactions. Conversions really is about how do we get a stranger or an acquaintance to hand us over money. That's basically what it is. And I talk about earlier compelling offers. I call them Godfather offers. Make them an offer they can't refuse. And this is not, as I always tell folks, it's not about being threatening. That's what Godfather did, right? It's really about being compelling. Wow, that seems too good to be true. How is that? What's your promise? What's your guarantee? Is there a risk for me as the buyer to doing this? And if there's no risk, then I'm much more likely to take that step and go through the process with you. But it's also important that you understand there's a thing called the buyer's journey, that everybody out there isn't a buyer, or what I call a now buyer, meaning they're not looking to buy your product or service today. And I don't care what product or service that you offer, there is no one who's always buying that. We all eat every day, but we don't all buy food every day. So we may buy food once or twice a month, once a week maybe, but we're not buying food every day, or we at least don't have to buy food, every day. And so I may not be thinking about that at all. So I need to understand what the buyer's journey is. When are they looking? And what do I communicate to those folks who aren't buying today? And statistically speaking, only 1% of all of your target market is buying today. And if all of your communication, all of your marketing is really advertising that's directed at the now buyers, then all of your advertising, all of your marketing is focused on 1% of your target market. And 99% of your target market is going uncommunicated to, because they're not dealing with that right now. And so you need to have a communication strategy that is for the 1% now buyers and the 99% folks who are going to be buying in the future, either in the soon to be future or the far from now future. But what is it that you're communicating to them? How do you keep them engaged with you? What offers do you have for those kind of folks? What are you offering for those future buyers? And what do you offer for those soon to be buyers? All of those offers will be different than your now buyer. And so you need to have that in mind and in process when you're creating your offers that will get people to say yes, and to engage and convert to being, in action and engagement with you. Now, there's lots of strategies around that. That's the whole idea behind email marketing, drip campaigns, etc. But there are also strategies around, even in selling, downselling, that you can use, to be able to help with conversion process. When somebody says no, and how do you get them to consider either a lesser product or service, or the same product or service at a different price point? There's all kinds of strategies for that, but the idea is if I understand who they are, then I'll understand better at how do I address them so that they are going to be saying yes to one of my offers. All right, we're out of time at this point. Here's what I would offer and suggest to you. If you're interested in hearing more strategies about these 5 areas, things that you can use to grow your business, double your profits, you can do a couple of things. One, I have a book that's called 1 + 1 = 11. simple strategies for growing your business. You can get that on barnesandnoble.com. You can also, and it's under my name as author, obviously. So again, 1 + 1 = 11. You can also contact me directly via phone, 718-791-8707. Or you can contact me via email at swarm, that's S as in Sydney, WORM _22 at yahoo.com. You can also reach me on LinkedIn under Sydney Wormsby. You can reach me on Alignable, also under Sydney Wormsby. You can reach me on Instagram. So look forward to hearing from you. If you want a free consultation, so I can give you specific insight as to how your business, your current business, can double their profits in less than 12 months. Happy to meet with you and give you ideas on that as well. It's a no cost free consultation to get some ideas for your specific situation and concerns. Enjoyed the presentation. Hope you got something out of it. Look forward to hearing from all of you in the future. Until then, remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, And we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a superconnector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
My day. My name is Cordelia Gaffar, the Ultimate Joy Goddess. I'm a best-selling author, multi-award-winning speaker, and host of the Free to Be Show podcast, for which I've also won 2 awards. I've created 2 unique processes. Invite women to nurture yourself. I use the word self-nurturing, not self-care, because there is a distinction. When you nurture yourself, you are caring for every single in your body and every single choice you make. Remember, your life is full of breaths and heartbeats, and that is all you have. So choose wisely and choose well. And until tomorrow, be free.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just... At 5-Star BDM, we don't... Welcome to the Follow the Brand e-commerce store. Welcome to the Follow the Brand e-commerce. At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brand.
Hey everyone.
Welcome. At 5-Star BDM, we don't... Welcome to the Follow the Brand e-commerce store where style meets quality. Dive into a world of exclusive apparel and unique designs. Whether you're looking for a statement piece or a casual tee, we've got something for everyone. Explore our diverse collection featuring brand t-shirts and custom designs. From the impactful Lead with Impact Vision to Victory series to personalized creations, our store offers a wide array of options. Discover courses and more, all designed to elevate your brand experience. At Follow the Brand, quality is our promise. Our products are crafted with the finest materials, ensuring durability and comfort. Plus, we offer the best deals to our customers, making premium fashion accessible to all. Enjoy secure payment methods for a seamless shopping experience. Our featured products include the Follow the Brand podcast t-shirt, available for just $19.99. For those seeking something special, explore our cover art t-shirts, showcasing designs by Grant McGaw and 5-Star BDM and more, each priced at $89.99. Available in sizes small to extra large, these tees are perfect for any wardrobe. Don't miss our limited time offer on the special edition t-shirt. Featuring the 5-Star BDM logo on the back and your favorite guest picture on the front, this exclusive piece is now available at a 20% discount. Shop now and make it yours. Enjoy worldwide shipping, bringing our high-quality products to your doorstep no matter where you are. With the best offers and secure payment options, shopping at Follow the Brand is not just convenient, it's a pleasure.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series. And I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge, to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today, I will be your speaker this morning. And I want you to ask yourself, when was the last time you spoke up in a high-stakes moment? What happened? Did people lean in or did they tune out? Today, we're talking about executive presence, that invisible quality that makes people stop and listen when you speak. I've interviewed hundreds of executives, and I have noticed something very fascinating. The most powerful leaders don't just have titles, they have something else. And today, I'm sharing their blueprint for executive presence so you can command any room that you enter into. So let's first start with the definition. What is executive presence? Executive presence isn't about power. It is about trust, confidence, and communication. And here's the good news. You don't need a C-suite title to build it, such as Dr. Kimberly Long, CEO of California Nurse Leaders. She told me something that changed my whole perspective. She said, the moment you try to prove your power is the moment you lose it. Now, let me give you an example. During a high-stakes hospital merger, emotions were running high in the boardroom. And instead of raising her voice, Dr. Long did something surprising. She lowered her voice. She spoke slower than usual. And within minutes, the room leaned in to listen. This is the power of controlled communication. When you slow down and lower your voice, people instinctively focus on you. So here's an action step. In your next 3 meetings, speak 10% slower and 20% quieter when making key points, and watch what happens. But what if you don't have authority yet? Can you still build presence? Absolutely. Let me tell you about Denzel Ross. Today, Denzel is the president of Indiana University Health South Central, but 6 years ago, he was an IT specialist, stuck in middle management. And here's what he did differently. He identified pain points nobody was addressing, not just tech issues, but communication gaps. He documented everything, not just the wins, but lessons learned. And he mastered the 2-minute summary because leaders don't have time for long explanations. But here's the game changer. After every project, he sent recognition emails highlighting his team's contributions. He became known as someone who lifted others up, and people wanted to work with him. That's how you build allies, even before you have authority. So what separates great leaders from the rest? Patrick Green, CEO of University of Florida Health Jacksonville, told me about his communication matrix. Imagine you are in a room with a chief financial officer, a nurse, and a corporate board member. Can you explain one idea in a way that speaks to all 3 of them? Patrick uses a 3-step formula. 1, you start with impact. Why should they care? 2, follow with insight. What's the key takeaway? And 3, end with action. What happens next? Instead of saying, we need to upgrade our systems, he says, we can save 50 lives this year by investing in this technology, and here's how. That's executive presence, the ability to translate complexity into clarity. So let's talk about the 3 common mistakes and how we can fix them. Now, mistake number 1 is reactivity in tough moments. And the fix here is just take a slow sip of water before responding. This forces you to pause and regain control. And number 2, over-explaining. What's the fix here? You understand, instead of defending every detail, say, here's the headline first. I can dive deeper if you would like. And mistake number 3 is imposter syndrome. Even Dr. Long still gets nervous before board meetings. But instead of doubting herself, she prepares more thoroughly. And that nervousness we all get in the center of our stomach, it's not your enemy, it's your energy. You use it. Trust is the currency of leadership, and communication is how you build or break it. And Patrick Green, he has translated complex medical data into simple, powerful insights. Again, instead of saying we need to improve patient outcomes, he says this initiative will reduce readmissions by 18%, saving $2 million annually, and here's how. Now, let me share a rising leader story. Maya Chen, who is an analytics manager, she transformed her career using the 3-minute data story. And that is 1 clear statement, 1 key trend, and 1 recommended action. Now her whole department uses the same format. So what is your key action step? In your next presentation, use Maya's formula, which is insight, trend, action. This is going to help you to balance authority and make you more approachable in your meetings. And this is one of the biggest challenges for leaders, especially introverts. And we have a simple framework around that as well. You want to set boundaries, but with warmth. Instead of saying, I don't have time for this, say, I'd love to help. Let's schedule time tomorrow at 2 p.m. Show vulnerability with purpose. Instead of saying, I have all the answers, say, I've struggled with this too. Here's what worked for me. The goal isn't to be everyone's friend, but it is to be everyone's ally. Influence isn't about position. It's about adding value before anyone asks for it. And then one of the best strategies is the preview principle. Now, for individual contributors, you want to share project updates early. You want to ask for input before decisions are final. And if you're a manager, you want to preview big ideas with key stakeholders first. You want to build cross-department relationships. And why does this work? Because people support what they help create. Remember that. And the ultimate test of executive presence is your impact. Your impact continues when you're not in the room. And for early career professionals, remember this. You want to get your ideas to get quoted in meetings. And if you're mid-career leaders, you want your approaches to become team standards. And if you're a senior leader, you want your values to shape the company culture. And you don't need a title to start building executive presence. You can start today, right now, in your next meeting, with your next decision, through your next conversation. And I want you to remember these things that I've shared. Executive presence isn't about perfection, but it is about progression. And I want you to choose some of these techniques. I want you to practice it for at least 30 days. That way it becomes a part of you. You want to see what documents that work for you or which way to present that's going to actually elevate you, and share your story. Go ahead and share your story with me. Send me an email. Send me an email at grant.mcgaw@5starbdm. Your presence isn't built in a day, but it's built every day if you know how to start. So I've given you some very actionable tips, things that will help you to move the needle forward. In my own experience, I've been in executive meetings for over 25 years talking about major investments in technology. When you have deals on the table that are 6 and 7 figures, it is not just one person's decision usually. It's going to be a committee. And you've got to know how to talk to everyone's concerns, everyone's ideas, everyone's way of looking at things and how it's going to impact them. And I have found a lot of times in a sales process, and if you're an entrepreneur, like a lot of you are here listening to me, is that it's not about your product or service that's most important on the table. It is about how you enable the key stakeholders to move their agenda forward. And if you can begin to craft your communication in a way that actually mirrors that understanding, that actually speaks directly to that, it's an enablement of the strategy, an enablement of the initiative. You get what they call gravitas. They gravitate to you. They understand you because you are helping them to achieve the goal they have set out to accomplish, whether it's within the quarter, within the year, the next 3 years. And you need to ask that important question. If you don't know, make sure you ask, what is your vision for your particular team, your department, your company, your enterprise? You need to understand that first is what is the goal. Then you can have presence when you speak to that particular goal and how you're enabling them to achieve it in the future with your particular product and service. How many times have you been in a meeting, presentation? And I'd say maybe 90 of 100 start like this. When they start out, everybody sits down, there's a little meet and greet, little interaction, introductions, but then the PowerPoint slide will come up, and the first thing they start telling you is the company story. The company story. Who's interested at that time, if you're a key stakeholder, you're the chief nursing officer, the chief legal officer, the chief financial officer, the CEO, the board of directors of a major corporation, or just a small business unit, whatever it may be, the first thing you start talking about is you. They're not interested in you at that point. They might be a little interested because you're in the room, but that's not why they're there. They're there to accomplish their goal. They're there to find out if you can help them to accomplish that. So why start with your company story? Start with theirs. Does that make sense? Start with their story. So demonstrate that you understand their current state. Demonstrate that you understand their competitive landscape. You understand the challenge that they are facing right now and have data to back it up. Everything I talked about earlier starts coming into play as you slow down and you begin to articulate the vision for them. You first help them to understand that you understand where they sit and the problem that they face. Here's your Mount Everest. You are at the foothill of this mountain. And I am here to help you to scale this particular mountain and reach your goal or even exceed it. The next point is you demonstrate or you narrate how you've done it before for someone else. It's one thing to say, I can take you to the moon and back. But if you say, I took an entire team of individuals from XYZ company who was doing only $100,000 in business to over $10 million within 5 to 6 years of continuous work with me in my business, and that's how we achieved 100,000% of increase. They'll be like, I don't know how you did that. That's just a fictitious statement. However, when you're in a room of this gravitas, you need to bring real data, real success stories, real case studies. Talk about them at that point, right? So we're now into like almost the middle of the conversation. Typically, we start talking about the company, but it's not so much how many employees you have, how many years you've been in business. They don't care about that. It's nice to know. At some point, they can do the research. Anybody can Google that and find that stuff out. Speak to the elephant in the room. What they really want to know is, can you solve this problem? Can you demonstrate that you've done it before? And are you capable of doing it for us? And how you would then detail out a strategy that is going to blueprint your success story for them. Executive presence. Because then you establish trust. Trust is just not given. Trust is earned. And you earn trust. One thing I've learned in business, small wins. Small, quick wins. Small, quick wins will get you to the next level. You don't always have to have a home run right out the bat, because it's not always possible. But if I can get you to first base, I can get you a hit, and I'm there at first base, and I'm poised to get to second base. People are like, you know what? I'll invest a little bit in that. I think I'll put a bet on that. He gets to second base. And then you get to second and third, maybe make it all the way home, and you score. You score a win. But that is because you have trust. You have their belief, and you have their confidence. You want to be able to transfer the confidence in you to the confidence in the people in the room that you're dealing with over time. Executive presence is earned. It's not given. And it's earned every single day. Someone said, success is earned every day and the rent is due every single day, right? What have you done for me lately? Becomes very, very relevant, especially in corporate settings. Start looking, do your research on corporate executives, and you'll find the average tenure is 3 to 5 years. There's not a lot of time to get started, inject your agenda, have the transformation that they're looking for. That's why they hired you in the first place, and then maintain momentum. It's hard to do. So when you get into a room that you're able to affect change and you're able to bring their vision to life, understand that they have a short window. They might have a lot of money. They don't have a lot of time. If you can speak to that component of time and then money, you get them to listen to you. Then now they're paying attention, because if you can meet their timeline and deliver financial value, they're going to listen to you. If you can then deliver cultural value of what they want to accomplish with their internal teams, they're going to listen to you, right? And you can demonstrate that success and that you've got a track record of that kind of success over and over again, they're going to listen to you. That is called brand building. That's brand ethics. That's brand equity. You have built this up. It's the same in executive presence. You begin to have an executive presence in a form of brand equity of yourself. As you walk into that room, and then you have immediate gravitas, right? I always use sports analogies a lot because if you're last year's Super Bowl winner, guess what? Every game that you go into that next season, they always mention that. Well, they won the Super Bowl last year, or they won the Super Bowl 2 times in a row, like the current, or even they potentially can win it 3 times in a row. That's gravitas, right? That is a historical history of success that you constantly bring to the table. So you got to look at yourself. What Super Bowls have you won in your life? What are your signature accomplishments that you have that you can lead with that people can then discover about you? It's very evident. This is why I always lead with personal branding and business development, because personal branding tells the story ahead of you. If you look me up right now, like, who's this guy? What's he talking? Grant McGaw. Put it in your Google search. I pretty much know exactly what it's going to tell you. It's going to tell you exactly what I told Google to tell everybody about me. And I will tell you about, these different awards you see behind me, how they were earned, how I got them. So when I then walk into the room, I already have a certain amount of executive presence. I now just have to make it real. Like, wow, he's as good as the trailer. That's why Hollywood always puts out a trailer, right? And then you go see the movie, like, wow, it's either, and you kind of judge it based on that, right? Like, was that as good as the trailer, or was that better? So, oh my God, that was better. Sometimes the movie, the trailer's like, no, the movie didn't deliver. No. But sometimes it's just a blockbuster, right? It's just way more. You want to be the blockbuster. You use your personal brand, your digital presence to be the video trailer for you going into any meeting. And then when you get to that meeting, you blow it out the water. You come with all the data. You come with the statistics. You know the trends. You know the topics. You know that company and those individuals better than they know themselves. You will have confidence. You will have a tone of confidence. You will have embedded gravitas. When you leave that meeting, this is the other half of personal branding. This is the before I just talked about, when they kind of look you up, do some search, they do some social, they find out a little bit about you. That's the video trailer. Now you've delivered the movie. Then what happens after you deliver the movie? Everybody knows this, right? You get a review. You get your 5-star review. And they will have their opinion. Man, has that blown up in the last 5-10 years, where on social media, if people have a bad experience and they blow you up and they tell the whole world, their whole network, how good or bad this experience was, and how companies and brands are paying attention to that. Like, oh, well, we can't have that negative press going out there. You've got to understand your public relations and the perception you have in the court of public opinion. So you need to control the review. So when you leave the room, your brand stays. And when those executives and those key stakeholders and those decision makers begin to talk about the proposal that you've laid on the table, you want to be able to understand exactly pretty much what's in that thought process, what the feelings are, right? You want to know you already know what their concerns will potentially be, and they're going to begin talking about that, right? So you don't want them to go like, yeah, they didn't understand exactly. We're trying to achieve X in X amount of time, but they were way over here on Y. You don't want that, right? A lot of times deals fail not on price. I'm going to say that again. Most of the time, deals fail not on price. They fail on misalignment of value. Deals fail on misalignment of values. And if you have not addressed the values of your key stakeholders, the people that will adopt your product or service that you are presenting, you will lose. I think there's a stat out there now that it's probably higher than this, 50% of most deals fail because of status quo. Many people just don't make a decision at all. They just stay what they have. There's not much of a compelling return on investment for them to say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and purchase that or buy this, take a risk here. They may not, right? Status quo, you need to speak to that. Sometimes, a lot of times in corporate America or in the corporate world or just business to business transactions, that the business or the seller is more concerned with values that are not in the value of the mind of the buyer. That misalignment is very, very real. You're trying to compel someone to do something that they don't find valuable. You got to first understand, is that truly valuable to them? And once you have discerned that, and it's truly valuable, that it's not a, as I say, a vitamin for them, like, you know, that's a nice to have, that's good to have, but it's actually a pain that they have. It's a painkiller. But let me tell you something. This just happened in the world of artificial intelligence, right? Everybody's been on this open AI, ChatGPT wave. And then you had Bard that came out. You had Gemini that came out. You have Claude that came out. You have Grok, right, that's out there. And then a Chinese upstart, 2 years old, comes out with DeepSeek. It changes the whole value chain of what's real and what can happen. The value now changed. So if you went in to the next meeting now talking about something that's no longer as relevant as it was the next day because you didn't have current information, you lose credibility and you lose presence. It's important to understand current trends and where there are and where the mind at the current state of your stakeholders are, because things change rapidly. And remember what I said earlier, you have a short window of time to present value to those key stakeholders because they have a short window of time. And if you truly understand what they value, like self-preservation, it's important. They need that win. They invest 5 figures in you, 6 figures, 7 figures in you. You better believe it's a big gamble. They want to know every step of the way that you are developing or delivering that particular scope of return that they bought into. So I wanted you to understand this about executive president, because at the end of the day, it's about business performance. And it's about personal integrity and how you get your message across to create the types of opportunities that's going to propel your business forward. So understanding those key ways of communication that's so important. Understanding your body language and how people are perceiving you, right? And what you're projecting. They say, I think it's something like 50 or even more % of what a person really hears is nonverbal. Confidence is visible. Most people don't realize that, right? So if you feel uncertain, whether you say it, I'm uncertain about this, it's just the way you look about it, the way your mannerisms are portraying that. You don't want to be in that meeting where one of the stakeholders says something that you should know, it's in your zone of genius, and then you can't respond confidently. This starts to get into that world of imposter syndrome. Like, oh my God, they discovered that I'm an imposter, right? You want to mitigate that as much as possible. People told me this so much, and this is why I get confident about speaking. I can even speak impromptu on certain things. It's because, let's just say you had an hour to speak. If you have 1 hour to speak, that means you have about 1,000 hours of content that you could speak about. If you had to speak for 1 hour in your particular zone of genius, in my world is personal branding and business development, I have at least over 1,000 hours of content that I can speak to. But in my case, in that particular world, I have over 50,000 hours of experience that I can speak to. My entire repertoire of 25 years of business development since the 2000s comes into play. It's my whole playbook, right? It's not a lot someone's going to bring into a discussion that I may not know about. It might not have to be the latest and greatest, but I can speak to everything underneath that, right? Speak to everything, what the implications can be in the future, because I've seen it. You know, what things they start out as new, they go through a life cycle, they go through a hype cycle, and then they go through a cycle where they're no longer relevant, right? Think of metaverse, right? Still a great product, really. Maybe before its time, but it'll get there, right? But being able to speak to your zone of genius with your entire self and your entire experience. You don't speak about things just from, I just read this on the internet, so I've got maybe 10, 30 minutes of talk time, and I'm going to deliver a speech on it. Speak from your in my case, my 50,000 hours of experience. That is what I do. That's what I want to continue to do. And I want to bring value to you. And I want to thank you for having me on the Black Business Expo this morning. And I want to remind everybody the mission of the Black Business Expo, which is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. And our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January 2025. They include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM, Milani Shining Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-Star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-Star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I'm Ramon Gray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Why do I do what I do? My life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students, and just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
First thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayti.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Welcome to Follow the Brand, where we turn leaders into legends. I'm Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM. Today, we're not just talking about executive presence, we're going to transform yours. Executive presence isn't about power, it's about trust. And here's the good news. You can build it at any level. Let's dive into how you can command any room you enter. Dr. Kimberly Long, CEO of California Nurse Leaders, shared a profound insight. The moment you try to prove your power is the moment you lose it. Executive presence is about building trust and authority without force. It's about creating an environment where people lean in to listen. You can achieve this by being authentic and consistent in your communication and actions. Consider Dr. Long during a hospital merger. She lowered her voice instead of raising it, and the room leaned in. Similarly, Sarah Chen, a project manager, used this technique in meetings. Within 3 months, her team began to emulate her style. Denzel Ross, now president of IU Health South Central, built his presence by identifying communication gaps and lifting others up. These examples show how presence spreads through subtle yet powerful actions. Your action step. In your next 3 meetings, try speaking 10% slower and 20% quieter. Watch what happens. For team leads, start delegating key responsibilities. Managers should use meetings as learning labs. Directors build cross-functional bridges. The key shift? Stop being the answer person. Start being the question person. This approach fosters growth and empowers others. Patrick Green, CEO of UF Health Jacksonville, uses a communication matrix to simplify complex ideas. His 3-step formula: start with impact, follow with insight, end with action. For example, instead of saying, "We need to upgrade our systems," he says, "We can save 50 lives this year by investing in this technology. Here's how." This clarity builds influence and trust. 3 common mistakes: reactivity, over-explaining, and imposter syndrome. When challenged, take a slow sip of water to respond thoughtfully. Instead of defending every detail, offer a headline first. Dr. Long still gets nervous before board meetings but prepares thoroughly. Remember, nervousness is energy. Executive presence isn't a destination, it's a practice. Start where you are, use what you have, and build from there.
When you deliver on your promise, and you have the result you were looking for, and everybody in the room is like, wow, this is what we're talking about.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my honor to introduce a visionary entrepreneur dedicated to bridging the digital divide, Torrance Mack. As the founder and CEO of TDM Technologies International LLC, Torrance has made it his mission to empower seniors through technology education. Working closely with Medicare Advantage companies, he ensures older adults can confidently navigate today's digital world. His dedication earned him a prestigious $25,000 enhancement grant from the Coalition of Back to Black Business, co-sponsored by American Express. He's also a finalist for the Entrepreneur of Impact Award, with the opportunity to be mentored by Damon John of Shark Tank. With TDM Tech operating in 50 countries across Florida and 4 counties across Florida and 4 additional states, Torrance is an exclusive and connected society that he's created. So let's make a warm welcome to Torrance Mack on the Black Business Network. How you doing, Torrance?
Good morning. How are you today, Grant?
I am wonderful, man. I love the accolades. I love what you're doing. You got to tell us more about Torrance Mack.
Oh, wow. That's a long story. I don't think we have enough time, but I'll specialize on the tech side. I had a government contract in Maryland for a short period of time in the IT department, and I ended up moving back to Palm Beach, Florida. And I was working, I believe at that time, City Hall in Palm Beach County, you know, pretty much a dead end type of job. And I went to a Best Buy store and I saw a senior who I call seasoned individual. She was beating up her smartphone, having some difficulty. I took it upon myself to go outside and sit at a park bench and help her out about 30 minutes. And she said, "Oh my gosh, you're amazing. You should do this as a business." And me having an extensive entrepreneur background with my family, my grandfather was a nightclub owner over 70 years. And my father, he's an accounting, he's had an accounting firm for over 50 years. He's 91 and he's still working. So that just gives you an idea. Entrepreneur's light bulb went off in my head. And I decided to put an ad in the Palm Beach Post. I'm thinking about 1,000 people are going to call me. However, one lady called me, but the lady owned 20 condominiums. So I started helping all of her friends. And at one point, our first class had 100 people show up, and I knew I had something. But I heard you speak on some of your other sessions, and you say the rent has to still be paid. So I had to find a way to get paid. And someone pulled my coattails and told me that Medicare Advantage companies would be delighted to sponsor my events because that gives them more marketability to sell their services. So I started out working with Humana as well as WellCare, Florida Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the rest is history, as they say. So I'm in 50 counties in Florida and 4 additional states. And I have a rotating schedule with about 10 staff. On a good week, we do about 50 classes a week, and we cover everything as it relates to technology, of course, starting with the smartphone, which gives them the most fit, dealing with the Androids as well as iPhones, teaching them basic knowledge. Then we get into the cloud. And actually now we're actually focusing on AI, which is something that you didn't think that the senior community would be excited about, but they're overwhelmed with it. So we always have to develop new curriculums based on those type of structures of the demands that they expect and the things that they want. We also teach them about smart TVs, which is another big problem as well.
And
Yes,
I
sir.
love that. And what you said is so important. And I don't know what they classify as a senior anymore. I think it was at 55 plus, 62, 67, 70. People are living, it's not uncommon to find out somebody that's a centennial, right? Under up to 100 years old. So they still have to operate in this society. And we have a very technological society. So in order for you to operate in that society, you've got to be somewhat technically savvy to a certain degree. What do you find is the common challenge or problem that these seniors are having that they need you to come in and help them?
Wow. Okay. Once again, we don't have enough time for all of that, but okay. So a lot of it is just basic functionality. They all know how to make a phone call. I think that's pretty obvious to them. The things that they aren't aware that can assist them, however, would be their digital voice assistants. We're talking about the Siri's on the iPhone or the OK and Hey Google on the Android. Those things open up a whole different revolution to them because they didn't know it could turn on their flashlight. It can also find contacts, call people on speakerphone, open up apps for them. Also, one of the common things I always say in my classes with the iPhone user, before you get out your car, you ask Siri to remember where you parked, and Siri will remember exactly where you are. So when you forget where you park, you open up your phone, you press the Maps app, and it will take you directly back to your car. Texting is always a common thing as well, because I tell them that's the only way they can speak to their kids and grandkids, by texting, because they won't answer calls. So you have to know how to text them. You need to know the text abbreviations, the BRBs, the LOLs, the ROFL, MBO. So, of course, if they go to Google, they could find out what they mean. And, of course, the emojis, over 10,000 emojis. So they can go to Emoji Encyclopedia and learn. You're empowering yourself. I always ask them, how does it feel if you have this little device in your hand and you can't do it and you have to call your kids to ask you how to do that? And they say it makes them feel dumb. I said, well, my job is to make you feel empowered so you don't have to call them. You'll know what the name of your phone is. You need to know how much storage capacity you have. You need to know how much cloud space you have and what version of the operating system you have. So that's some of the newest things that we teach them. Also, how to use QR codes. Those are just essential things. So those things, once they get through that and they understand that, it's smooth sailing from there. So that's pretty much the issues that they do have.
I got a confession, Torrance. I just learned some things from you. I didn't even know. Like, what? I could tell my phone where I parked, and then so I want to be embarrassed when I go back out in the parking lot. I think you might have, because we buy these devices. And I just had a conversation with someone just Tuesday about what we call a cell phone. This device here. It's more than a phone, right? It's a digital device is what it is. It's a small mobile computer. It can do a lot of different things. When you say it's smart, it's highly intelligent. And you talk about AI for what it can do within its sphere to help you. Man, I'm thinking, wow, I didn't even think about that. Torrance, you mean I've been lost so many times, I could have just said, hey. I think that is wonderful to know that. Now, going back to what I said earlier, what is classified as a senior in your mind?
Well, generally, the old senior is what, 55. Well, 55 plus communities. We deal with a lot of those, but it's really like 62 years old, they say. But once you're saying the ages, there's a lot of people I know 70 years old. You would think they're 50 because they're so mobile, they're active, their brain is functioning, and they know how to do a lot of different things. So the reason why I say seniors is because when we're dealing with senior communities, They're 55 plus communities, 65 plus communities. We deal with adult living facilities, independent living. And so those are generally the areas that we focus. Then, of course, we have the Medicare, which is the other side of things with all the Medicare Advantage companies. And they're pushing Medicare. We know that Medicare starts. And those are things that is my demographic, primarily that age group, but also the Medicare companies, the Comcast, the other companies that need to present their products to the senior community. And that is really my target audience. People ask me, who's your target audience? Of course, it's the seniors to teach them, but also it's these companies, because these companies need access to those seniors. And a lot of them can't get into these senior communities. So they ride my coattails to get in there, but that's fine with me because, you're paying for it, obviously, but you'll get your few minutes of me time. But my objective is to empower the seniors. It's not a sales pitch to push Medicare. So if you're sponsoring my event, you get about 3 minutes to speak, and that's it. Everything else is focused on empowering. Now, I can give the Medicare Advantage some branding. If I'm teaching about how to search the internet in my PowerPoint curriculum, I can easily put that particular Medicare Advantage company on the screen. Okay, so let's look up Humana. Let's look up Blue Cross Blue Shield. So that would give them some branding. And the paper and the curriculums that we give them copies to take home to retain, it does have all of that branding in it for them as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for them.
I like that. I like that. And here's my question. There's a lot of business owners are tuning in right now. And one of their biggest problems is how do they get in front of their ideal client? And you seem to have solved that. I mean, you gave us that story, how you started. You're working for the county. You helped a elderly individual to operate their phone and said, hey, why don't you start? And then it sparked you. And then you started on that journey. It didn't start out right away, but all of a sudden you got that one client that actually expanded your client base, and then it kind of grew from there. How are you getting in front of your ideal audience?
It's a twofold approach. Ideally, I do use AI quite a bit often as well for marketing. And they put me in different communities, of course, finding the communities, finding a lifestyle director, sending them the emails or touching base with them to do virtual sessions. Once I get you on a virtual meeting, you're sold, because what I'm pushing out to you is something that every senior community needs. And obviously on the Medicare side, they pass me around, oh, Torrance is this, and that's how it develops and it grows and it grows. And I always make this example. Let's just say, for example, a Medicare Advantage company, they probably have maybe 20,000 agents in a state. Okay, so if they pass it around to everyone, I have a multitude of opportunity, because you go from one county, the next city, the next state. It's fairly easy there at that particular juncture. Of course, I use a social media platform, which works immensely as well. And it's been a long journey, but I'm there and I'm still pushing, and I'm trying to get in all of the states in the Southeast. I'm working on Texas now, as well as North Carolina, South Carolina, and just keep going, until I get to all of my states. And then I'll sit back and say that I've done something good.
I love it, man. You're scaling, you're understanding the formula, you've got momentum, and you're this proof is in the pudding, right? All right. So you've got a lot of great results, and I love what you're doing. I want you to talk to the audience about you've been awarded scholarships, grants, different things. And so that's a twofold question. First of all, did you nominate yourself? Did someone nominate you? Did they find you on their own? Because these are good things. And I want more of our audience to have an opportunity to participate in these kinds of programs so that you can expand your reach.
Okay, great. So with both of those particular contests, they usually put it out there on the internet or post it, say, join this contest. And of course, they have a selection committee. Once they get selection committee that gets out the people that they're not interested in, then they give you the opportunity, particularly with the Back to Black Businesses grant. Of course, there were thousands of companies that submitted their application, and then they broke it down to 324 people. The 324 people received the $5,000 grant. But there was the enhancement grant of $25,000. After we did a series of trainings, they determined that there were 10 of us that were eligible to get the $25,000. And I guess the brand and the services that I provide was a great thing for them to consider me, and I'm very grateful for that, of course. And it's just unbelievable, the rise. You have no idea how hard it has been to get there. And some of the stories I can tell you, you would believe because you're in business. But some of the things that I tell people, they say, you did that. And sometimes you just have to do what you have to do to get there. And it's always a push to be more successful every day. It's always you can never be satisfied. You have to be humble and be willing to fight to get whatever you want to get. And it's really not easy, but I love it. I love the challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge, and I'm glad you brought that up about the journey. I like the analogy around, I call the iceberg effect. When people see what you're doing, they say, "Oh, Terrence Mack is very, very successful." They're seeing just the tip of the iceberg. You didn't see that other 70% of the entire iceberg underneath the water that supported you along that whole journey of finally first getting to the surface, breaking ground, becoming, positive in what you're doing, positive cash flow, all the different things that you've had to do, the learning that you have, because the transition from a W-2 employee to then running your own business, especially a successful business, is a major shift in mindset and what you have to learn around finance, around taxes, around other legalities, about other things that you're like, oh wow, I didn't know about that. And then you learn sometimes on the fly as you get through this. So I applaud you for doing that. Now, right now, you just reached out to me about another program that you're a part of, that you're gathering some momentum around. Tell us more about that.
Okay, well, that is the Entrepreneur of Impact grant. It's out there. I think a lot of people have heard about it, but basically you submit your information about your business and you're selected in a group of individuals. They just had the first cut last evening, down to the top 20, and I think it's like 10 groups, but I was number one in my group. So I'm still keeping the momentum on, and I want to keep it on. I don't want to get below number one. I just want to be there all the way to the end. So I'm working diligently. I'm dealing with my contacts. I have a loyal, seasoned community following. A lot of them follow me, and they support me all the time, and I love all of them. So I'm always touching base with them because I can definitely guarantee their vote every day, which is great. And I probably have another 15 to 20,000 people I need to contact. And I'll be doing that now since I'm in the second round, and it's very strategic. And I love it. It's just it's something that you just can't explain. My dad is an enthusiast of jazz music. He loves jazz, and when he talks about it, just say it's something that gets in your bones that you just can't explain. And that's how I feel about this business. It just feels so good.
I feel good about it. One of your fan club just popped up on in the chat world of Go T-Mac. You got a very loyal fan base out there. I want to ask you this, because you've done a lot of trainings, and you say you did a lot of classes, like 50 a week. That's a pretty good clip. Do your loyal customers, are they aware of all these different programs and awards that you've gotten because of what you do?
Oh, yeah, I put out some of the things and let them know what's going on. And then when I want them to vote for me, of course, I put it up the QR code. That's like one of the main things I'm teaching them now. So every class we do, we're practicing the QR code to make sure they remember how to do it, because it's so prevalent in this day and age. And it's always something new. If it's not my digital business card, it's my website they're scanning, or it's voting for me and the Entrepreneur Impact. So I'm always making it visual to them and keeping them in the know, whether I'm going to Pensacola doing a class, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, which I'm everywhere. I'm always pushing that to them so they know what's going on. And I also have a YouTube channel that shows my journeys. I have a van that I drive around with in other states and things, and I sleep in the van, which cuts back on travel costs. So I'm doing little journeys, and it's on my YouTube page, so they'll see me driving to Louisiana, Mississippi, or Alabama, so they can always stand and know where I'm at every location, and they really enjoy that. And I'm surprised how many people let me know, oh, I saw you on YouTube. You're in Louisiana this week. Bundle up. It's cold there. You know, it's you can't, you can't understand. It just feels so good,
You got to, but first, before I ask you another question, you got to tell us how to vote for you in this Entrepreneur of Impact. What's going on now? How do we do that?
Okay, so there's a multitude of different ways. One way, you can go to the entrepreneurofimpact.org/Torrance-Mac to vote for me there. Or you can go to my website. I have the link on my website, which is www.tdmtechpc.com. That's another way to vote for me. Also on my Facebook page, I have the TDM Technologies International LLC Facebook page. You go there, and I have it on there as well. So there's a multitude of ways to reach out, or you can text me, and I can even text you the link. My number is 561-344-5188. Send me a text, and I can provide the link to you, and I will appreciate your vote.
I will definitely vote. You got my vote for sure, and I'm sure the Black Business Network, we all are cheering you on because you stand for exactly what we are all about. We are about promoting Black business. Now, I'm going to tell a story about how we met, right? Yes. We met at Project 12 was actually going to be occurring tomorrow, February 1st, for Black History Month. And they celebrate Black men in the community that are making a difference. I was part of a cohort of 12 people in the Miami-Dade, Broward County area. There was another 12 in the Palm Beach area. And this was respectively the 10-year anniversary in Palm Beach and the 5-year anniversary in Miami-Dade, Broward. And here I meet Torrance-Mac, and we get together, and he gets to telling me like, hey, I do technology for seniors. Of course, we got to have a conversation around that. And I was just so honored. He just reached out to me again about this particular program. And I'm like, yeah, man, we gotta stay in touch. And would you like to be on the Black Business Network? And here you are. This is how we continue to pay it forward of what we're doing. I want you to tell the audience about your project experience and what that meant for you.
Oh, first of all, it was surprising. Nominated, honor you in something of that fashion. First of all, it was amazing. Janitria is such an amazing young lady. I know I don't tell her enough, but she's a phenomenal young lady. And experience was phenomenal. First class, no doubt that we had to stitch all over at the event. A great honored in front of all of those people, just so amazing, and it's something that I would want any young Black male that's in the business to be nominated for, to have the opportunity to be honored in that particular fashion, without a doubt.
Without question, this is how you create collaborations across many different industries. Other people, we understand now that relationships is key. Relationship fuels your business. If you don't have the right relationships, it's not going to go very far. I don't care how much marketing you do, how much different networking you do. You must create relationships. It's not about how many followers, how many connections. It's about relationships. People you can actually pick up the phone, talk to, have conversations about understanding what they're doing, what their perspectives are, and how you can add value to them. So when I had this conversation with Torrance just the other day, he's like, hey, you know what? Let's pay it forward. Let's bring it to another level. And here we are right now. This is great. I want to ask this other question because I'm curious about the devices that you help elderly people. Now I'm in that category, right? So I can.
But wait a minute, you got to stop with the elderly. Say seasoned individual, okay?
Seasoned. I'm a seasoned individual. All right. I've been on the Barbie a long time, but but it's okay. And someone told me I got here. It's always good to say. Some people cannot say that. So you can say I'm here. I got here. I have a lot to give. But here's the deal. The devices that you train people on, there's so many new devices, so many things. So you help them with cell phone devices, whether it's Android or whether it's Apple? Are you helping them with others like tablets and PCs and other devices that, you know, it's talking to your Alexa app that you got hanging up in your home now, that kind of
So we
stuff?
cover all the devices, but we start with the smartphone. We start because that's the one in their purse or the one in their pocket, the one that their kids give them, and you know, want to track them and everything. So we start with that, but of course we go into the iPads, Samsung tablets as well. As far as computers, we do that as well. Windows PC and Mac, Chromebooks as well. We cover it all, but really the one that everyone wants the most initially is the smartphone. That's where it starts. We also do online safety and scams to make sure, you know, they know how to, you know, to determine what a scam or phishing incident could potentially be. And I told you about the AI. We talk about the emailing and the smart devices, of course, with the smart refrigerators. Also, I have a couple of clients that have smart refrigerators. I do home visits for them, as well as smart TVs, the Amazon Alexas, the Google Homes, the Ring camera, which is another thing. I've done some installations on the Ring cameras for people. Also the Ring lights and everything. So it's everything, you know, anything that has to do with tech, we deal with it. They can call us and ask for insight. We schedule home visits if the particular subject that we're talking about in that particular class is different than what they want. We do home visits as well. Sometimes our audience is as big as 350 people. Sometimes as small as 20, 15, and the sizes vary. I've been to a couple of churches that do classes, and I had about 350 people in the audience. And after that, they have the opportunity with the open mic to ask questions, and I would stay an hour after for any personal questions. So, you know, you could really be at a particular place a whole day with some of these communities, and these people have all these different questions.
Now, is it easier for you to deliver the classes in person as opposed to online, or do you do hybrid as well?
We do offer a few hybrid. Unfortunately, when COVID was out, we had to change our whole structure to fully online, and it took a little while. Quite a few of our sponsors pulled out because they didn't think that it would be beneficial. But then when I started getting groups of 100 and 200 people on Zoom, they had to come back at that time. But obviously, the in-person is always the most effective. But we do, when we're doing one-on-one sessions, I do log on with them with Zoom, have them share their computer screen, then I can fix and assist things for them in that particular regard. But we prefer in person. I just think there's something special about being able to talk to somebody face to face, and then actually let them show you what's going on with them. And they just like the personal touch. They really do. And a lot of them actually do need that. They do need that. Like some places we go once a week. When we go there, they look forward to us being there every week. And some of them just need that. It really means a lot to a lot of the seasoned community to have that.
Help me understand like the pricing structure that you have. And it sounds like, so you'll do one-on-one, you'll do small groups, like maybe 10, but then you'll do large groups up to 300. Just talk to me about your pricing structure and how you deliver that kind of service.
Okay, well, a lot of it has to do with our provider. Once again, if we're dealing with a Humana or something like that, so they would set out, say, okay, we have a meeting towards the end of the year about our annual pricing structure for the next year. They say, okay, Torrance, we want you for 50 classes in 2025. And then we come to that particular price point and we just put it out there. They pay their annual fee. And when they structure and they pick the locations, the numbers have nothing to do with me. If they structured a class at a Centerwell in Louisiana and they've already paid for that, and one person shows up, that has nothing to do with me. That's all about their marketing plan. But at the same time, if they've done a good job, you could easily have about 50 to 100 people there. So the numbers mean nothing in regards to the pricing component. The size of the class means nothing at this particular point in regards to that. Now, the home visits are something of a more personal nature. So obviously with the home visits, that's something that the seasoned individual has to pay. Medicare is not going to pay for any home visits yet. At some point, I would like to become a Medicare, become somebody, a Medicare billing agent, which would be great if I can do that at some point to bill for technology services for seniors. But right now it's directly with the agents and with corporate.
Okay. Now, you are not a one-trick pony, meaning you're not doing all this yourself.
Correct.
You've had a team. You scale. So have you duplicated yourself? You have a Torrance in all these 50 counties, or how does that work?
You know, there only can be one me. I try real hard. Somebody told me you can't duplicate yourself, but I do have a couple of people. I have right now, I have a team of about 10. One of my very best trainers, however, his name is Michael Reyes. He is bilingual. He can speak in English and Spanish, and he is very good because sometimes he could teach English and Spanish at the same time, technology. I don't know how he does it, but he's phenomenal. He's very good at what he does. I have another gentleman named James Molnar. He primarily handles the Palm Beach County, and he's very good as well. Mike pretty much does Dave Broward Palm Beach as well, or wherever I send him. I have another gentleman in Jacksonville. I have another one in the Orlando area. But if it's out of state right now, I'm the one that does all of the out of state classes. I try to get everything scheduled. So if I'm talking to Humana in Louisiana, I say, okay, I'll be there the week of the 15th to the 22nd. Schedule as many events as you want for that particular week. And that's how I do it. So you get the opportunity for them to give bulk classes for you. And also, if they don't have quite as many as I want, I would call the other providers that I deal with, say, hey, listen, I'll be in this area. So it wouldn't be unusual for me to do about 15 to 20 classes in a week myself, if in that particular area. As long as it's within a vicinity of an area, I can do that.
Oh, that's great. One thing you said, I know my audience is going to be very interested in, and I love your business model, is that you're working with sponsors, people that are paying for you to come and talk to their base of people to deliver your service. What is the benefit of like a Humana or maybe one of your other sponsors for them to have you to come out and speak to their customer base? Why do they see value in that?
Well, first of all, they want to have the opportunity to get to them. Because like I mentioned earlier, a lot of communities will not let a Humana or a Blue Cross Blue Shield come to their senior community because they're thinking they're selling Medicare, and that's what it's all about. So they have to change their approach. So if we're pushing the technology classes, which is something that is very popular for seniors, there would be no doubt that that's the value that brings to them. They have the opportunity as well as the branding component. I was telling you in the literature that I can put their branding material in there. If we're teaching them how to scan a QR code, we'll be scanning a Humana QR code and different things like that. So this gives them the opportunity because a lot of the customers that we go to these senior communities are not Humana customers yet. They want them to be Humana customers, So, and there are sometimes we do go at the Humana based or the Florida Blue based centers that is only for their members as well. And at that point, they're just offering extra benefits to their members.
I think that's so important for an entrepreneur to understand how you can get certain things funded for what you want to do, the collaborations that you form together. So you're not going at it by yourself. It's such a great formula that you have. When we talk with me, I do a lot in branding. So what does that mean? Brand is really the perception somebody has about your product or service. So if you can pair yourself with a well-known brand like a Humana, a Blue Cross Blue Shield, all of a sudden now you're amplified yourself, right? You've amplified yourself and you've made yourself more valuable. And then so when people start thinking about, oh yeah, cell phone services and things that I need, and it's through Humana, all of a sudden your name is top of mind. And then when they talk to their network of people, and just because you're a senior, you have a pretty large network, as well. And they're like, oh no, you need to talk to Torrance and his people. They're going to bring it on, and they're sponsored by Humana. All of a sudden, because then all of a sudden it gives you credibility. Like, oh really? Well, if let's just say Humana or Blue Cross, they're like, yeah, they're not even thinking about, like you said, the Medicare Advantage so much. They know that they do that. But they're providing, all of a sudden they say, well, they're providing this service. They're good people, and Torrance is too. I think that's
there you go, right? Exactly.
That's wonderful, right? All right. So we got just a couple of minutes left here. I want you, if we haven't mentioned something that you truly want to make sure you get out to the audience and make sure that they remember about this, what would you like to leave us with?
Oh, well, as far as the company, I think it's a valuable service, and I look forward to potentially coming to your community at some time soon. Also, if Comcast is listening or watching, I'd obviously like to do business with them as well. Of course, Samsung as well as Apple as well, because our services would be beneficial to them as well for branding purposes and what have you. And for all other Black businesses that are interested in talking to me about my story or potentially helping them in their future endeavors as well, I'm always available. I gave my number earlier, 561-344-5188, or the website is tdmtechpc.com.
Oh, this is wonderful. And tell us again about how to vote for you, because we're going to get you over the top. I want to see you on the top stage getting that award.
Okay, so it's entrepreneurofimpact.org /Torrance-Mack, M-A-C-K, or go to my website, tdmtechpc.com. You can vote for me there or text me, 561-344-5188. I definitely will send you the link.
Well,
and then when I win, we'll meet again online, and I'll tell you about the experience, Grant.
Oh, man, I can't wait for that. I'm looking forward to that. I want to thank you again for taking up your morning, telling us about your business, educating everyone at the Black Business Network about this. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. That was wonderful. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we would like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January 2025. And they include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus for Shade Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM, Milani Shining Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
On my day, my name is Cordelia Gaffar, the ultimate joy goddess. I'm a best-selling author, multi-award-winning speaker, and host of the Free to Be Show podcast, for which I've also won 2 awards. I've created 2 unique processes. Invite women to nurture yourself. I use the word self-nurturing, not self-care, because there's a distinct.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet. And there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.